Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing. Let me check some stuff here. Let me, yeah, sure, why not? It's fine. Ew, stop in the chat. The screen. There we go. Look at me, I'm so professional. Yay! Alright, you ready for some more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? And for me to be super smart. Because I am. Have some big brain moments. Oh god, I'm getting myself all confused with all my things open. I'm like, that's not the right thing. Oh, there we go. That's the thing I want. Alright. Open up the game. Do. Last time, Mr. Natsumi got in trouble again and being suspected of murder. And the guy is Mr. William Shakespeare, which is definitely not his name. We don't know his real name, though, right now. But they think that Mr. Sozato, Mr. Natsumi, had killed him with poisoning. Well, Shakespeare, actually, Sham is not, he's not dead. He's alive. He survived his, poisoning. We also found out that, surprise, surprise, he's a bit of a sham and was, avoiding paying for the gas bill by making ice coins. So he would put it into the automatic gas machine in his room, instead of putting in an actual coin. And Shakespeare is a sham nani? Yeah. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Yep. So we figured that out. And then once we figured that out, we pointed out that, hey, underneath the gas meter thingy-mabob, there's a bit of a puddle. So, yeah. We basically are taking a recess for a day from the trial to continue investigating, because basically they're going to go try to test for poison in Shakespeare's room. Because they couldn't find it before. They couldn't find it in any of the cups that were in Shakespeare's room. So they couldn't confirm if, they couldn't really confirm anything. Like, that it was actually poison, or, like, brain worky. If it was from the tea. Although the problem is, this doesn't prove that Mr. Natsumi didn't try to kill him, or didn't try to poison him, because if they find poison in the little puddle of water underneath the gas meter thing, that still means that there was poison in the tea, because Shakespeare used the tea that Mr. Natsumi had made for them into making these coins. So it just means instead of drinking the poison, he had inhaled the poison as it melted. Yeah. And it's probably why he survived, because he didn't drink it and didn't look like all of it had evaporated, so yeah. That's basically where we are. We are doing some more investigating. Fun! 22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Phew, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that you're Virulent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it. That's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him, standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Alright, well, let's go to Mr. Shamspeare's room first. "22nd of February, Mr. Natsumi's lodgings, ground floor." Should just say Mr. Shamspeare's room, but okay, whatever. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the school. Oh, yes, one more thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window, did you find it? With a tea in it? Oh, right, yeah. There would be more tea in, the soap, right. And the other, things of soap, right? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's what the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later tonight. I can't even remember how I did Greg's voice. That's wonderful news, thank you. Very impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? No, nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. I kept going into more of a New Yorker accent. I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to do. Okay. So, window. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Otto. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, needs more Brits. Should be a Brits and Chips accent. Yeah, I'm trying to get back in the groove. Okay, look at this. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter here. Yes, from all the water dripping out from the coins melted as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Soap. So it turns out that Mr. Shakespeare wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate while he was holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes. To prise his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. Certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mrs. Otto. Let's hope it stays that way. Okay. Okay, I already saw that, right? There's that letter thing there. That's important. Gregson, what do you got to say to us? Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? Trying to remember how I did his voice. I'm like, ooh. A low band seeks orders, yeah. Don't come back. I keep trying to do New Yorker. Don't come back until you got something for me, he says. Oi, oi. Trying to get that. Oi, what do you think you was doing? Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every bleeding nook and granny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. I kind of got it back a little bit, but not really. Okay. Okay. I don't. Okay. I guess we'll move. Okay. Let's just go down the list. So let's go to the Sholmes suite. Anything going on here? Mr. Sholmes? 22nd February, Sholmes suite.
Oh, Rona and Susie, hurry, you're back!
Hello, Iris. You are in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Oh, really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have you been? We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Ha 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 ha. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. You could just go. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Narford. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing, Sholmes? Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Baruch Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found guilty by the courts, sooner or later, a helpless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. Gee, thanks. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Mrs. Otto, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. Whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Ooh, okay. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, till you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived, when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Lord Bruno, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. It's a general loathing of all Japanese people. He's racist. Okay, well, what's that foul smell? So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine to the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but in fact is merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful, Iris.
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup has a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madame. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, and the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. Erlich Sholmes' method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Alright, well, Japanese people. With Mr. Natsumi, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mrs. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zyck seems to have an inherent disdain for the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mrs. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zyck chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. Oh, shit! No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes! What happened? Is it Dr. Wilson? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is the most deserving of your attention, I believe. Okay, forensic science. So your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence. I might add, really we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently, which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Now, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints. A nomenclature of my own design. It is this chemical agent that makes it possible. More chemicals? Okay. It instantly reveals objects untouched by whichever person is under investigation. What? Huh? What does that mean? Huh? What? What? Brilliant, Mr. Shump, but how? What? Huh? As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Okay. So fingerprints? I guess so. Just... I was thinking, like... Yeah. I get that, but how do you... It says particularly of the person being investigated. Like, how is it that specific? It was very strange. When he said, like, skin prints or whatever, I was thinking, oh, is he just talking about, like, different parts of your body touching something? Like, say, I don't know, like footprints, right? Like, if you had footprints on the ground, you could compare them to other footprints and be like, you know, not necessarily by the actual, like, details of the, like, you know, your foot, but more about, like, the shape and stuff and how the size of it. So it's like, okay, well, this person has a small feet, so it couldn't be this person. You know, something like that, but I don't know. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. We kind of did that.
That's the sphere, Mona. See you later.
Yes, until later. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were?
Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action.
Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. No likelihood? Probably? Maybe? Willamite, your commitment astounds me.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie.
Okay. Let's try going back to the Shamsphere's room again. There he is. There he is. He's here now. Mrs. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madame. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Miss Naruto. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin prints. Eager gun! Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamsphere's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. Sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By deliberately spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on! There now, spray the chemical indicator and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. Oh, what is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator is pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally while I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Okay. Interesting. But how long does it... Okay. 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 Whoa! Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are. Great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall whilst he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such a close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Okay. That's weird. I need to... Oh yeah, I can go this side. Wait, right. Okay, is that... I don't know. Can I look at that? Because it looks like he moves that box. Yeah, I know. I'm so confused. Okay, what? What haven't I sprayed? I'm trying to spray everywhere. There we go, on the floor. Look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. And I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Okay. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over the room, didn't we? We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprint on the floor there. Ah, secret. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Okay. Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. It wouldn't be moved. Yeah, I think we need to. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mrs. Otto! So, do we have any... Oh! What are you not doing? Why am I doing it in a freaking New York accent? Oi! What do you think you're doing? Stand aside right this minute. My job to investigate here. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig under the floor here. Your fancy talkings put me off my food anyway, Shorts. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. I can't do Greg's advice. Wow, secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could fit a shawl tummy mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate it once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly, only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? Oh, the gaslight. He would be, I'm assuming, standing on this box. He would hold his hand aside the picture for, to balance, and then turn the light on. I really can't think anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. Click. There you are, print. Photograph of the handprints on the wall. It's been entered into the court record. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Okay. Gregson. Tell me what you know while I butcher my voice for you. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Yeah, unfortunately. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. Well, what is it, show us? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. Oi, we're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. A Look, I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard! Right then. Fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind as fickle as the weather. Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items on the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Everything? Newspaper clipping. Looks like this was got out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see. But nature got him first.
Oh my goodness. He'd committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They said the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, I mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. Now he's dead. Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost on en route to hell. Such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Okay, interesting. Photographic print. So, this is the photographic print I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Carrotap, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Carrotap's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows the identity of the young fellow. Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Fortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. The photograph has been entered into the court record. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Goddard was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Okay, tin box. What's in the tin box? What's in the box? No, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. What the fuck was that voice? It's completely empty. What? Shamspeare! Give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruto. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air, it's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Can I investigate this box, please?
Kitty!
Okay, but hold on. I want to look at my stuff I got. Okay. Okay, I don't have the... Okay, photographic prints. Can I... Okay. Manchester's Strange Ways Prison. It's announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours in the morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the scouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay. Looks like we got a bit of an artist here. Bit of an artist.
Meow! Kitty! Kitty! Kitty cat! Good cat!
Yes, it is very good.
Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? Cat! Cat!
Yes, cat! It's Mr. Natsumi's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him exactly. Actually, why don't we call it Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsumi refers to himself in Japanese. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the Cat's Meat Man.
You got a big one. Meow. Aw, this good kitty. Having a little food is good. Aw.
He couldn't be happier now, look.
I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too. Okay. Okay, wait, was he making biscuits for a second? Hi. Aw. Hi, kitty. Oh, it's big stretch. Aw, hi. That was a cheeky little meow, Akahai. Aw.
Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Okay, well that does bring into question, how did he get here? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Okay. Mr. Dickinson, you have anything else for me, buddy? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's go to Briar Road, I guess. 22nd of February, Briar Road. Okay. Got something really... There's the soap. With the exception of our Mr. the... Yes, that's because of an... Yeah, the window tax. Yeah, blah. Okay. The Garrett household and Mr. Natsumi's lodgings are in prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's at a bit of a slant.
It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it?
And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Suzaki-san has such a hunched back. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built.
Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time.
Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems.
Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself.
Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entries?
The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition.
I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expect to attend, so should we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed.
There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto.
Okay. Oh yeah, let's go see Mr. Gyarados since we got that photo. 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados' room.
Mr. Gyarados appears to be out.
Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Dang it. Okay. He's not here. Prison? We'll go talk to Mr. Natsumi. 22nd of February, local prison, cell 9. He's not here. Okay, great. I guess the hospital? February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward.
What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance.
Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh? Oh? Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken.
Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting.
The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. Thou foul indeed the poison that mustached my villain graveth me. Forgive me, lady.
I wish that you died from that poison.
God mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
Oh, 'tis the lawyer from the land where's risen the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamster? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward.
He was looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work.
Eastern fellow, so dark you get clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh well, thank you. What? Doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Oh. Oh. There we go. Hanan, excellent. Okay, bye. Mr. Shamster might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry, I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything alright?
Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Aw, she looks so sad. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really wasn't an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
What a terrible week it's been for you.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Okay. Rat. Okay, anything new? Okay. This one, go over here. Well, this is important because that's definitely the same person in the picture we have. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here.
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps a young woman's special someone, do you think? Nothing?
My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. You're not. Okay, I guess we gotta go somewhere else. Scared Up, are you there yet? No. Chancellor's room? You're so sleepy kitty. Okay. Nothing else. Can I, like, jump stuff, or... You can't. Okay, great! This is not helpful at all. Okay, where do I go? Briar Road, I guess? Back to Briar Road, look around. Okay, well, what is new? No. Run away! I wanna go to the other side! Ah! Ah! Okay. Move over. Okay. Anything new here? No. There's nothing new here. Okay, great! Prison? No. Where is everybody? Mrs. Oda, what do we do? So we know that Suzuki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question, but as he isn't the culprit, then obviously...
Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help us solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap.
Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we can ask him about that. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in a court and took the stand?
I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seems as though everyone had quite forgotten about Saseki-san poisoning the tea.
Careful of your phrasing, Sato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspeare than we yet know. I'm sure of it.
Mr. Shamspeare certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first.
What's became of him, actually?
I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment.
Oh, which one is that?
Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's at Londoners call it.
We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
Ah, yes, after Saseki-san stabbed her in the back.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Miss Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Saseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Okay, we already kind of did that. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, the crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my truck if you call up small enough. Sure, no one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. I do really ought to go into law, be a defense attorney. You've got a natural talent. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. But you'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind.
Naruhodo-san?
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma.
Yes, he is forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better, that was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right, but...
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Oh, okay. Kazuma's true intentions.
Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Sama's true intentions?
I mean this.
His katana?
I never expected to inherit his sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. The prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Isoki clan. A Japanese man's sword is his own Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important I have to do with Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue.
I see.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, now can we find shit to do? Anything going on here? I would say probably not. Okay, nothing seems different here. Nothing new with him. Okay, I'm looking for court record stuff. Okay. Okay. In the security room again? No. I'm missing something, and I don't know what it is. Oh, there he is. Hey, there's our fresh sunshine, always happy, cheery fellow friend. 22nd of February, local prison, cell 9. Ah, yes, super happy guy, yes. Oh, Mr. Natsumi's back. So he is. Mr. Natsumi, hello. I'll have to try to remember how I did Mr. Natsumi's voice. Not depressed ever. I... a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsumi is or Luxlums. I don't know about courts or trials or pennies. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsumi? Yeah, you back, buddy? I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world! What's going to be feeding on me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My cursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsumi, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but the river is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. Okay. Let's just talk about this more. Let's talk about the trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so brilliant as I was today? Oh. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just brought those out, then today being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced. They are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They will find a drop of poison in it. Swan Suzuki, tea. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while I talked. We both poured it down, or it's like it was all back. Oh, nice. And at the time, you were both completely fine? As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Nuts, Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Okay, Mr. Shamspear. What is the broken Shamspear? What have I done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Miss Natsumi?
About the soap, of course. What else? What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such an, meager stipend?
Of course I am. I had money. I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such a cursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital defender who lived there still haunts the place. And it's trying to kill me. Wait. What? What'd you say? Capital offender? Might I ask locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. Okay, but can we talk about what you just said? Can we talk about that, please? What you just said about a capital offender? Can we? No? Okay. I guess we're done talking with you. Can we get out of you home yet? No. Is anything going on in the road? No. Anything in Shakespeare's room? No. Back at the hospital? No. Sholm's house? No. What am I missing? What do I have to be missing something, and I don't know what it is. Can examine. Present. Present. Here we go. This is what I want. Okay. Present. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shimsu's room. So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Sultan, a particular, and the spirit behind the curse of, like, spent lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life. Now, he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, Malganite Japanese man. It's not so me. If you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you know about this evil spirit. Here we go, okay. Truth is, I don't know the details myself until very recently. That older man was arrested about a year ago now. At the time, he was hiding on lodgings. Mr. Garrett house. What? He lived? Where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense.
Oh! So that's why Mr. Shakespeare moved in. Huh. Okay. Because there was the treasure. They said the guy had stolen a bunch of jewelry and hid it somewhere, and nobody's been able to find it. Sounds like the beginning of One Piece. The legendary treasure. The One Piece. Da 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 da. Well, I have a few. No, we can't go 600 sessions. Yeah, probably not. We'll die before we're finished. Yeah, especially going only once a week. Yeah, we'd die. Oh my gosh, we'd have to do it like every day for it to be. Oh, that would still take so long though, man. People have done like the math of like, okay, if you watch like 3 episodes like a day, every day of the week for whatever, it'll take this long or whatever. People have done the math. I'm somebody who's already watched almost all the episodes, so like it takes a while.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before a sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. Was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsumi?
Sounds like this curse may be Mr. Shamspear. Bit of a curse on the community, it sounds like. It's already caused 1 death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after assault, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Oh, shit! Did Shamspear commit a murder? Holy shit. Because we found the cat. We found the cat in Shamspear's room. Which is weird. It should be in Mr. Natsumi's room. So there must be a way to get into Natsumi's room. Right. But no, we actually have a explanation for this locked room pretty easily. That there is some kind of secret way in order to get into the room above. Because Mr. Shamspear is on the ground floor. Natsumi's room is in the middle. And then Mr. Gregson lives on the top. So, and we found the cat, Mr. Natsumi's cat, in Shamspear's room. Which makes no sense. Why would the cat be in there? Because there must be a secret way to get from the first floor to the second floor. There has to be. There has to be. Locked from the inside, exactly like the case we're dealing with now? Yeah, there always is. Oh, man. Okay. Right, yeah, it's never really a locked room. Yeah. Okay, well this also brings another issue into us, defending Mr. Natsumi, because that also means that there is a way Mr. Natsumi could have been in Shamspear's room and then locked it and then go back to his own room. Oh boy, okay. That may be an issue later on, feel like. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was sort of it. Finally got Mr. Natsumi's voice back. I got it back.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsumi?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas, you say? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I only found that out after I had signed the lease. When Mr. Gardeb came to tell me later, I could stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known it beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily, legal. Luckily for Mr. Gerda, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsumi. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is, at first. I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Do now. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb to the bed at night, the light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as which led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though.
Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Gyarados' rooms.
Yeah, that's 2. Okay, let's see if Mr. Gyarados in now. Yep, okay. Let's turn Mr. Gyarados' room. Alright, you got some splaining, buddy. Let's see if I can do his voice. Oh, you're here now, Mr. Gyarados. I believe business for me, you know. Getting on the boat. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanged in the palace and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Goalless place has caused quite a stir around the capital and more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings of some sort. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the place is going on, don't you know? Don't you know? Yes, a lot of explaining, absolutely.
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsumi's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying about your wife, about what happened?
Stopped off at the prison on my way home, in fact. Basically business. I see. You don't have to stand, dude. So what brings you to my haunted boat today? Brings you to my haunted boat today. Okay, well, we got a lot of talking about your lodgings. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor, chap of questionable character. Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bony curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, and then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. She didn't die, she's alive. Am I next, then? Get the collywobbles, can you? Collywobbles, that's a great word.
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Miss Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is the blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, and a fascinating history. Why? Sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. There's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up there. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like. That makes sense of more of why he watches the flames then. If he is already kind of feeling like at the edge of his seat of like, you know, spooky happenings are going on, and the only way to kind of check things out in a way that works best for him, because he has a bad leg, it makes sense. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Shums. Heaven forgive me, the word just came to mind. Gee, thanks. You're super helpful. Some fishy fellow from the Far East that failed Hector Chip of questionable character. There's no need for that, Mr. Garrett.
That's right. Mr. Natsumi is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yeah, yep, that's right. Asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with background, I suppose. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on, so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here, too. 3 months, you say? What a quinky-dink. Huh. And what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Gurdett, if I might ask? Well, was that Selden scoundrel as happens? Selden, the convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shakespeare have some kind of connection with? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now. You see, some melee or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days after that. Tragedian? Tragedian? Interesting. Tragedian showed his face. Really? Yes, I remember quite distinctly.
The smallest world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered a while for rent.
That'd be sorry, would not, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor rooms vacant though.
Nothing can be made of nothing.
Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those spells must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. Ground floor, nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Well, I'll take that. Oh, it's my word.
Lower Shakespeare dance to celebrate.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in, is what the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally playwright.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Gardeb. We are most grateful.
By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me. What's happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. Shakespeare.
I wish to divulge my own learnings of the subject, but I have a turn for literature for 2 years, no? Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? Okay. I would like to show you something. Like, this picture. Mr. Gyarados, can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? Oh, no, not at all. He was a larger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Shamspear killed him! Shamspear fucking killed him! Duncan Ross. Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really.
Was he, by chance, the lodger before Mr. Natsumi?
Us, that's right. The young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. F in the chat, oh god! Oh no! Okay, so I was wrong about the photo being of Mr. Shamspear, but then who is Mr. Shamspear? That's a good question. Who is he? Who is this guy? Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, I might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room on the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese shop. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Roger's death. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago. After that criminal, Selden, was arrested. Youngsters always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. History of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now, and quite worked out that the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So suddenly I was rather sorry to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that it was. Ah, yes. Symbiosis with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all fully collapsed because of the gas. Yes, room was full of it. Nowhere at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Rouse suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsumi says the same thing. The stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bloody curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. That reminds me actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, what's up now? Here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now.
What does it say?
To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Mrs. Sato, this is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sally didn't address though, so I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind.
But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once.
I am undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green.
Oh,
Olive Green? The one who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case Zeki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday? Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Miss Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mrs. Alright. Can I talk to you about the convict? Scared up. Can I show you this? For quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I know we're rather tired. I haven't really got the energy in the old bows, to be honest with you. Some other time then. Okay. So, no. Okay. So let us go see Miss Green again. 22nd of February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing. Really? I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me. That's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. I would like to examine what's going on here. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right, I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
And maybe you, Mrs. Ano, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Oh no!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it?
Oh dear. I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
Down in one for having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls into. Okay. I gotta. Says I has wide words. Yes, wise words. I got an achievement for looking at that. Okay. Let's talk. Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. Okay, I would like to show her. Do I not have the letter with me? Okay. Well, I'm gonna present you this. Miss Green, we're hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh! Oh no! Somebody from Duncan Ross has been murdered! Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh my gosh. It is so bright. It's exactly like Danganronpa blood. Very fun. Very fun.
Oh, Miss Green, are you alright?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Garab's.
Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks so desperately sad.
I was starting to think that's just her look. That's rude. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruto. Oh. I feel cursed or whatever. Yeah. Her and Suzuki-san would be like two peas in a pod. Yeah. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Holmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intently for the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mrs. Otto, is this. Why do detectives insist on an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruto. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening. With nothing but careful observation. Alright? All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruto. I know you can.
Okay, I would like to examine then. Oh, that's why the rat was in the room. I see now. That is why that rat has been there the whole time. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps I drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think? Yeah, medicine. You don't think I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison?
Miss Green, please talk to us.
Oh. That got dark fast. It did. It really did. 10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while. So I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. Wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drink it, it might just stop the pain somehow.
Aw.
Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Why in the fuck were they keeping poison in the medicine cabinet? I don't understand. This hospital is terrible.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection.
No, none.
Okay, can I examine that note on her type of thing now? I definitely feel as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing within her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Okay. The card.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by...
Oh! Looky there! Looky there! It's torn! It's torn! It's torn! It's the same one.
Arrived by my post at home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Oh shit. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Street at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
It's precisely the time when the incident occurred. Oh shit, what? The Slug and Salad, yes, above on the northern corner of Fire Road. Fire Road. Being the street that Mr. Gyarados' house is on.
Does this mean that? Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness.
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such a painful memories for you.
No, it's fine.
Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again.
Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end.
Aw.
It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Okay. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trial for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that might be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamespeare, Mr. Gyarados' lodgings, and the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysts.
And to Mr. Natsumi's team, you mean?
Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yes, Park Van Zeeks. I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn, and I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsumi's cause until the very end. Alright. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Suzeki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn. For all of us. Alright, time for the trial! Yeah, to be continued. Let's get going to the trial. Come on. Let's go. It's gonna be crazy! Let me have a drink of water. That's better. Alright. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Alright. Oh, hello! Hello, hello, Suzeki-san. Mr. Natsumi. Is he trying to be a cat again?
This is it then, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. It's the miserable curse that has been plaguing Miss Natsumi. It's everything.
And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato. Suffering Suzaki, selfishly sidelined. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsumi. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Listen to you two trying to go happily as in the main player of today's trial, isn't he? Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsumi. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsumi? You seem different somehow today. Only naturally, that's because I've obtained spiritual enlightenment. Art of literature, you see, the journey to discover one's own death. Oh, such like that's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs. I'm afraid somehow you'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsumi.
That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I even sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yes, well, anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what's our decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright.
It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
It's a very clever message, I think. But he's overslept again. A great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. I did your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Alright. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. Blech. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end, that's all. Alright, so Shamespeare is a murderer, and he was trying to kill Soseki-san as well. But fucked up somehow. 23rd of February, 9:40 a.m., Little Billy Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen from the jury, chosen by lot, to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely, justice will be done, you mock my words.
I feel obligated to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could just my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday, I say it now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here. Lead us flock to a righteous verdict today. Verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Six, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report. Prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So, does he have the results? Hold on. Gotta pour a glass. Pour a glass. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black god in the dark. Ray, allow me a moment to save a liquid of a more sanctine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen British liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yard analyzed it, and yes, you were right. See? And there wasn't a trace of strychnine in any other toxin substance in it. Oh shit. Okay, no poison at all. Interesting. In other words, the tea the defendant brought with him into the victim's room is it? It's in the glade. What revelation? As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasaki Natsumi, is blameless here. Yeah, there's gonna be more. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Neopanese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found. A few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My God! Water in the ocean is extremely salty, cousin. Yeet? Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word for the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Okay. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamsphere.
Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Right, show Mr. Shamsphere to the stand. Oh boy, here we go. Mr. William Shamsphere, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you commend me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, I was revealed in yesterday's proceedings. What this is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap, such as this, it has been stealing gas from the supply committee, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow George, don't forget. That man's a button thief. I've forgotten to keep all that ice cores a tight secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once, and let him feel a sting in my tail!
'Cause you're a bee. 'Cause you're a bee. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, indeed, my dint of vile and cowardly make means I have plotted to further mine old ends, I confess. Well, Queen Bee is honest, she is. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. Also, I think I know where all the jewelry went. He keeps it very close to his chest, you might say. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before with their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death will be well deserved. But what if that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy patient men of the Far East then Verona did contrive to poison me. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why is it that poison that burned into your body found and was found in the tea? The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning destruction in our debate, he did a drop of his own drink past his lips. When he departed by and by, did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the mold of soap. No. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Right, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Japanese took the bottle back to his own room. No, it's kind of important piece of evidence. And you could have searched his room for any suspicious looking bottles. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. That sounds important. Ugh, I knew that. My knowledge should be perfectly clear. A bottle of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt on the accused ass. Ugh. Is Van Zeek's attempted suicide by poison? Could we call him Count Trancula? Right. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, let his little charade down. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause, I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. I give for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsumi, is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Bow to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that my destiny mingles with mine. You lost me at the first thee. Zounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue, afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as a thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Shakespeare. He seems to be in even better form than he was yesterday. Either that or I'm in worse form.
That fated evening, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report, not to pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, this was not in the tea at first. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison.
Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea, that best describe the actions of a fool.
Quite so, quite so.
But no one likes the going thirsty, do they? Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice?
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heating.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem.
Remind the court, Mr. Shakespeare, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With the greatest pleasure, my liege. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, here did a drop of his own drink did pass his lips.
That doesn't make any sense.
The teacup Mr. Natsumi drank was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maximum: drink the tea while it's hot. I did cup from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony I did writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Oh, certainly, 'twas after I made the coins of ice from this tea.
An upset coin was found on the table if the victim was simple. There is no contradiction.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsumi's wise drink tea while it's hot maximism, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure that's it.
No, it's the cups. Thank you, witnesses. I'll reiterate for the course what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea.
When he departed by and by, I did use that tea remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company effect. Isn't that right?
To cheat or to die. 'Tis life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, to cheat but the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the rooms?
No, I don't, and to be very sure, sir. Once the trial is over, Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. So to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But, my lady, what is thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with the shabby shirt on your back.
'Tis time for our Shakespeare dance! What a harsh world we live in.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. Prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. So is that a warning, counsel? Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here? Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodging, he used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die. I did make my choice many moons ago. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison must be not found in the tea I did pour into the mounds of soap.
if having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapse, that would mean you can't have drink any tea yourself until around that time.
Once ensnared by literary debate, no doubt be found in the furrows of the mind.
Debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who was the stronger of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the admirable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. Are you suggesting that neither of you actually took the tea when it was bought that evening?
My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought I to be. Ah, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. Then types suicide by poison would be column count. Wait, I already read that. Why am I like, I don't know. My brain apparently was not paying attention when I read that before. I apologize. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Suzuki-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. The atmosphere in this courtroom today.
It feels as though everybody is against us, Mr. Ohodo.
It must be the Reaper's poison.
I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in his testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Natsumi guilty.
It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Okay. How come tea burn the pot? Was my cup alone the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison? Was in my cup alone. While I was getting distracted, I near did a drop of his own drink past his lips. That doesn't seem right. Only one cup had a stain ring on it.
Objection.
Yeah. You claim that Mr. Natsumi didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible.
How? Chop logic. What is this, ye dark, ye clad fiend?
The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible. What's the difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here. There's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough.
Did the stains go all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while? And yet, Mr. Natsumi's cup has no such ring. Good Lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what maketh thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsumi told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted, "Drink the tea while it's hot." That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsumi was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing.
But,
in short, Mr. Shakespeare, you clearly lied to the court.
Get
Objection.
Nope. Take a sip.
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. I have a severe drinking problem.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. I have crippling alcoholism.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant?
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare,
Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of the ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that you... Yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. What teapot? Oh, I guess there was one. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. Shit, there's a teapot there. Okay. I take that back. He crushes 75% of his cup, so his liver probably looks pretty good. Maybe. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the gentleman's fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty, and thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? And we are supposed to believe it? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only, and secondly, that this spoilt cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that had bewitched this court. Prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No! What does this mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, not did pass my lips, but the black tea giveth me by the Japanese, whose back he is stooped as low as death. And on that, what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favourites, a broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the established were, or it was served. But you, gods, will give me some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment is seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray you, wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and must be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat your punished Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord, if I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I think we may have been duped by that plotted defense, Lord. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he sells a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim here there was opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it. Great. Court acknowledges the position of the jury, Foreman, and we'll duly hear the jury's findings. What? No! You can't yet! It's under my of the jury. Let's say to our decisions now. Oh boy.
Guilty.
Guilty, guilty,
Guilty.
guilty,
Guilty.
guilty. Even you seem like you were upset about something. I will declare the joy to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day!
Yeah, you know this isn't over, Ranseeks. How's it happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summonation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right.
Typical. My lord friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
The trial will therefore be enter its second summation examination immediately. Judge, the court calls upon each of you. State the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Charged. Oh ho ho. Additional findings. Alright, the jurors continue. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. You know, it's absolutely lethal gases.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver Arnold City and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else, if nothing else past the victim's lips at night, there's no other explanation. There is, absolutely. That's it. Zeke knows that's why he was, yeah. We prove he ate something else. Right. He did eat, he said he went to eat at that pub or whatever. I have a few things. I have a few ideas of what might happen. I do feel that perhaps several personal opinions about gas and the spice influence decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind.
The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamsphere was poisoned. There can be no doubt about that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsphere was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court, incontrovertibly.
But that's surely almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty.
No delays, counsel. See with the summonation examination. Okay. Man of logic, me and after all the evidence, but it must naturally be guilty. All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's important to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only had that kind of evidence. Okay.
Don't worry, this summonation examination has barely started really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Okay, let's hope so. Okay. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. Okay.
I do agree that the gas is far too expensive. I can't understand why we avoid paying.
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madame.
I can really think of the injustice. As of gas and air is free. Why should Alamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either.
If I might interject you.
Ah, yes, madame.
It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of lives like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
He wasn't stealing gas. That... Mr. Natsumi was not the one stealing gas. No, Mr. Natsumi is the one who's been stealing gas. Jim was stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsumi has been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Uh-huh. Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely legal gases. Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like, I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You take poison. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. Doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about? That's straight, please, lawyer man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. I hadn't considered that at all.
Young lawyer man.
Yes?
You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representation.
Honestly, take the freaking job, dude. Dude, take the job. That would be great. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had experience with gas companies in the past. Okay. I don't know.
This doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver to around the city and maintain the pipes.
Okay. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
There's an all attack underway here. In case you haven't noticed, that's my company's gas. You're not supposed to sit here and take it, am I? Well, I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now. Last time we represented a magnate of some big company didn't end well. He was kind of a dirtbag. That's true. Yeah. If we are supposed to represent them not only for, like, fraud cases, like with Mr. Shamspeare, it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's a, you know, understandable situation. But yeah, if there's a situation in which the company becomes, scrutinized or something, and we find out that, I think maybe we did do the thing that we weren't supposed to do. Yeah, might not be our cup of tea. It might be a bit of a poison tea, you might say.
Oh, I've heard about our wonderful violence, explosions, and poisonings. Electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there, nothing in comparison.
The explosion could only be described as, madam, nevertheless, a theme of your gases to blow up.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious base to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What do you mean? What? Like Glare is framing people for poisonings, yeah. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas. How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious rebates secretly disconnect all pipes and divert the gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and get money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas from their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Got something to say about it? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Guilty! Oh golly, me. I'm not terribly sorry, I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I got a little riled about it recently, you see? Go on. An unmarked gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So then, do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. And then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe, started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. Okay. So somebody who happens to, like to wear costumes may, disguise themselves as an employee of, the Almont Gas Company, and went to this fine man's home and stole a lamp. Which may explain traces of handprints on the wall right underneath this lamp. Wonder if Shakespeare owns a handyman costume. That's what I'm wondering. I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing gas to the pipe, you can make the pressure drop tremendously. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with the company flicker, you're gonna know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. That's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. For this, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. And can you guess what happened, can you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard so the flames went out. Afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. Okay, so maybe it wasn't. Most people at the top of a company don't know the day-to-day views of the work. They're usually too insulated. Queen Bee does, though. She's the Queen Bee. She doesn't know what's going on in her hive. She got a bit of a hive mind, you know? So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, Possible to extinguish lamps and stoves. That's... Oh my god. That's what happened to Duncan. That's what happened to Duncan Ross. Holy shit. And that's what keeps happening with Mr. Natsumi. He keeps saying he gets out of breath, but but Mr. Natsumi just happens to just be able to wake up before he can pass out, and he probably goes and opens the door and looks at, And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Drawer number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind.
Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that...
Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, drawer number 3. You will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Blow too hard into the gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Okay. I'm gonna do a little savey save. So then can I pit this against...
Objection.
Instruments in front of my nails with each other. Okay, no, that's not right. Okay. Never mind. I did a dumb. Okay. But let's see. If I... What's the other person say? I guess I can't quite understand what the man would want to avoid paying. I guess coming for free. It costs a fortune to deliver and it costs the decay. Okay. To find a gas pipe and it'll change everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Gas will come in for free and it costs a fortune to deliver around the city and maintain the pipes. You'll be told the teas my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Okay. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. I've been to tight a few times now.
This is supposed to bring a date.
It's always days like this one, when I don't get any wages, and I get an at tea time, so see, I see her doing it, my wife. She gets a devilish look on her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? I was brought up proper. It was. If someone gives you a cup, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. She just put salt in your... She didn't poison you, she just put salt in your tea. It's not poison, she's just... You could say she's a bit salty about you not getting your wages. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone's like,
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Yeah, this is before vanilla creamers invented dark times. What a mood. Let's move, please. Okay, so he doesn't... Nothing else but the victim. There's no other explanation, is there? No, there is. Okay, let me press him first. But I think if I pit him against the blonde guy... Does that mean if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you'd change your learning?
Sorry? What's that now? What's that now?
Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on that night...
What's the matter with you? What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter?
Sorry?
I said nothing else past the victims of that night. There's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here.
Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently.
I suppose the trouble is...
He has selective hearing.
Yes. Exactly, but still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Okay. Okay, this is hopeless. No, I got it. There's no way for me to appeal to these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shakespeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way and not via Mr. Natsumi's tea.
Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Like what?
Important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something.
I know! Get on with it, please. Once again, Suzuki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. I probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to help. I know. No, I got it. I know. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change the jurors' minds as soon as possible.
Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory fresh, you know to ask Mr. Naruhodo.
No, I got it. I remember. Okay.
Objection.
There we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Gracious! Those statements do refer, Counselor. Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him bubbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsumi's tea did in a matter of speaking past the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Oh. What a piece of work as a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare? What speaketh thou? Prithee, it is not strange and strange. That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good Lord! That's a good point. They taste the gas pipes, is that what he's saying?
Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas?
Perhaps no actress would perform a kissing with him.
For shame, madame. Speaking thy fancy.
I feel you are not suitable for one I have to kiss box. Queen be a savage. This is no summonation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my lonely Japanese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to replace his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. No, all he would have to do is stand on the goddamn box. These are empty assertions. Nothing proof that the man did as you say. He literally just filled that glass and then yeeted it.
Objection.
It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shakespeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shakespeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And evidence to prove it. Alright, you got it, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. Okay. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shamsphere stood in front of this gas lamp. Okay. There we go. Where's that? What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints. They were found at the scene. Prints can't select about such things. This ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamsphere touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, if anyone could have read something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsphere also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the picture there, they both have it's very visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
Oh, dog! There's a dog in my room! Romeo! 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 I think we might have to take a quick break. Romeo has arrived, and I'm assuming he needs to be let outside. Okay. Okay, be right back. Okay, I have returned, and the doggy has been relieved. Scott, are you there? Come in, Scott. Rip! Oh, dang it. Not again. At first, my colleagues and I thought the same, however. Imagine standing with your hands where those prints are. And you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! Lamp. Well, the reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shamsphere has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Hey, what have you been up to, you nut? I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement, well, you know, when the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamsier were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in this room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to... Oh shit, boy. Well, as I acknowledge, the prosecution is required to remain silent during the examination. I must host my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this law, sakes? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy, developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Ugh. Certainly. Even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... Please, my lord, if I may, Mrs. Otto, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ooh, Cesaro, pulling out all the stops. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone now has seen now. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Hold it. You're right. Whatever those strange handprints are, a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating, and I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Alright, we got two in the pot. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? I don't like to make up puppets. No, what do I, his lordship? It's not fun, darn it. Oh, well done, Miss Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mrs. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very mature success. Somebody's looking nervous. Why, Mr. Shamspeare? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo, you can do it. Very well, continue counsel. Counsel? Men of logic mean having considered only evidence that the most logically be guilty. I just knows about the detective's investigation of the scene. Okay, can I still pit her against something? No, it can't. Okay. That happens with you considering all this. Gas doesn't come in for free. It costs a fortune to run the city and they maintain the pipes. Okay, well, we only have a few options to do this. I think I had already saved, but whatever. I'll try that. No, that's not right. Okay. So... No. No, okay. So I have to... missing something. Can we press this? Can we please refrain from all those gas talk about? Oh, this isn't thing. I don't think so. But you know. One more devious recompense and done with. Or devious. Madame, other gas company close other gas companies. Okay. Make money. Otherwise, without even know. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a reason for theft. When we visit customer service, collect money from the meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these mischievous companies has been up to its tricks. I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable. It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed. Thank you. That will do. Really, this is a very important subject, but I feel we have this rest a little too much already. I concur, though my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas. I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career and nothingness. Thank you so much. You will turn your attention to the dexterous Johnson. Is there something I'm supposed to like? No, that's not what I wanted. I want to look at the core record. Okay. That's hopeless. There's a way. I do think the only way we should come to the conclusion was supposing the way in which Mr. Shakespeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that happened some of the way. Okay, yeah, now. Okay, I know! I got it. I already did that. I'm very confused. Okay. Logic. All the evidence, you say? What? That's so important. It's all according to the Japanese man. The Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation with the defense of the night in question. What do you make of that?
so-called skin prints.
It's an exciting forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question. It can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Well, that's playing on my mind. But the prosecution rightly says we should pay no aid to unacceptable force. Besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dust time before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans in the night in question, does it?
Oh.
Can make a case, but a lot of overnight can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? That's true. Perhaps it was a little hasty.
No, wait! Look, you've got your chance here, Domino, so it's time to prove your theory. If you want a Japanese core scan, that is.
Just leave your nationality out of this, please.
So Naruto, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors will have changed their minds before and may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can get here? Can I show that Mr. Shakespeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Testimony? Can I look at my record here? Okay, it has to be testimony because I don't have any. Yeah, save. That's good. That's a good idea. Yep. I think it's testimony. I think we need testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible. What's testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in Gyarados' residence at night, namely Mr. Gyarados himself? Or this guy? Let me try Mr. Gyarados. One for Mr. Foreman. Does that convince you? Nope. Oh. Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, let me do that again. So, not him, but can I do the... The guy who works for the gas company. Adron B. Meterman. No? No. Okay. Then maybe Mr. Natsumi? Nope. There we go. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Suzuki Natsumi himself.
Defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsumi said the following.
Lodgings, there's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night happened, when I returned from Mr. Shakespeare. I just my gas stove and climbed to bed. Before long, the gas stove went out. And somebody tried to kill me.
Right. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was there that a mere coincidence or not?
Probably. Probably.
Then that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Hold your horses there. What would he do that for?
Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, if you must surely agree, there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Fair enough. Like I said on the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost.
Alright. That's 4 jurors leaning toward not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Hell yeah.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the examination is concluded with a majority of orders, which are as altering decisions. 2 jurymen now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial.
Hooray.
Mr. William Shakespeare,
My lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee?
what say you in response to the various revelations made during the examination and examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that?
Yee!
I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a prince from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before a gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. I'll do well to remember that. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there, what appears to be extremely simple is mining opponent's friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remains of the tea were required. Yes? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if the poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Ugh, I didn't think of that.
Any kind's counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do this as you described. I don't know what this fellow wanted to blow air into the gas pipe, or where he left.
There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Oh shit, boy! He said it! He said it! Order! Counsel. Precisely what life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery thus far. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of Mr. Natsumi. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I've run these before myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. I'll put it out in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the lower landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end.
British.
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggravated. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, the accused is the aggressor here. What? How do you still claim that? Let us indulge our fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his ill intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the Senate were unaware, would he or she have known to place the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
Ah, you mean to suggest?
Naturally. There's no possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mrs. Seki Natsumi. Whatever Mr. William Shakespeare may or may not have contributed to, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could have possibly have perpetuated that act is the accused, Mr. Natsumi. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to advert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Neapolitan friend? Oh boy. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamsu's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsumi of guilt.
You mean name the true culprit?
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit has come to mind.
The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. Prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Bowman. What? Oh, what? Exactly what? The objection, bitch. There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. A term found only in second-rate novels featuring a third-rate great detective, my Neapolitan friend. But why not? This farce has gone for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Neapolitan friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? Miss Olive Green. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard that name past council, but I don't recall her. Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road, an incident for which Mr. Natsumi was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, Miss Green. It was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe.
but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the courts that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So, on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Precious, she had poison?
Poison? Oh my god, my voices are everywhere. And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, pray what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No. Never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her, at least not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I appear to my word. We will see my Learneopolis friends forced to its conclusion. I appreciate that. Prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope.
But just made in a most extraordinary accusation, sire. At the present time, I feel the prosecution arguments remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Holy moly, what a roller coaster. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, that was so long. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, yeah, ugh. Do you want to continue on? I can go for a little while longer. We can quit? Okay. It is a good place to quit. Call it a night. Oh boy, alright. So things didn't exactly go the way I was thinking it was gonna go, but still Miss Olive definitely had something to do with this situation. So that will be very interesting indeed to see what comes about that. If I say so myself. My brain is like fried, and I don't know why my brain is just like, no, cannot compute today. Ugh. Oh, I know why. I had kind of a stressful day today, so I had a very mentally taxing sort of day today, so that's probably why I'm out of it. Had a lot of banking stuff going on, and honestly, a lot of the talk just kind of goes right over my head. I'm like, I don't know what these words mean you're saying, but okay, yeah, these, okay. It's just a whole lot of things. Of just, like, building credit and all this stuff, and it's like, okay, but, like, what? Credit's such a stupid thing anyway. It's not real. It's not real.
just some numbers put together and being like, but like it's such a stupid thing. Like, if you don't have if you've never had any debt, if you've never had a credit card or anything, you can still have bad debt. Like, you can have so bad credit. And it's like, why? You have no reason. Like, it just is. Well, you can have no credit, basically. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how it works, and it's just kind of a whole made up thing. Like, when was credit scores like actually like invented? Because it's more of a readily, like, it's more of a recent thing. Credit score. Um. When was credit score invented? 1989. I don't know. Yeah, I get that. It's this really dumb system, and I'm just like, I don't. Brain no worky good. But all that talk about trying to figure all that stuff out. Yeah. Well, I'm being suggested to basically take out a loan in order to then pay it back, even though I do have the money to purchase what I'm trying to purchase. And just so that I get a better credit score. And it's like, but why? Why? It's so complicated. So yeah, that's why I'm like just like mentally exhausted. It's just all that technicality stuff. To me it is. Yeah. Cuz I'm really not familiar with it. And it's just if that you flustered, then what the fuck do you do if you buy a house? In this economy? Yeah. I don't think anybody's gonna be buying houses anytime soon. So yeah. And even though I get paid relatively pretty well, I don't make enough money. That's assuming I have my stuff together. You're assuming a lot. Get good script. That's hard to do when you're kind of like when you're kind of partially mentally disabled. So that's fun. And then slowly as you get older, you become more disabled in different ways. Yay! You know how things work with stuff. I don't know. Like I said, my brain is fried. I do actually have from a doctor, but I do have other sort of like I was diagnosed with ADHD pretty young for my age. Like I was like I know I started taking like actual like ADHD medication like in high school. around, I think, or middle school? Was it middle school? I think middle school. I actually started taking that. But I also have a couple other things, like just like general anxiety disorder, depression, borderline personality disorder, which might just actually be, I just might actually just straight up have autism. Because also my brother also has autism. My older brother, he also has that. So it's not me just coming out of the blue with this. Yes. But I have always kind of struggled with like trying to work like 40 hours a week, 5 days a week sort of situations would end up putting me in very bad mental states. Hypochondriac. I don't know. I've become stronger. In a way, yes. I know it's kind of a trend right now, I guess, with self-diagnosing yourself with like autism or ADHD. I do actually have an ADHD. Oh God, oh my gosh, no. I would not be able to mentally handle that. Do you know how many times? Do you know how many times I've cried at my jobs? Way too much. Do you know how often I've cried about like how anxious I would be about going to work? Far too many I can account for. Because I literally quit. It's not so much I want to quit. It's to a point. It was to a point. It's not that now, but there was a point in time where I was literally thinking in my mind, how can I harm myself in a way that is bad enough that I don't have to go to work? That's the kind of thinking I'd have. Which is definitely, hey, guess what? Not healthy. Also, the job I had before, not the before this, the one I currently have, but the one before the other one, I guess, but it's kind of been proven to constantly happen. What I was saying was a job I had a couple years ago. I kept having panic attacks, like constantly. And the only reason I realized they were panic attacks because I usually have incredibly terrible anxiety when I was working. So my heart was always going really fast. My heart rate was always really fast. The only reason I noticed I was having just a panic, like straight up panic attack, was because my chest started hurting. It would hurt. And that's when I knew, oh shit, I'm straight up having a panic attack at work. It's fun. But yeah, after leaving that job, that when I was having that panic attack, I was not working for quite a while, and I was trying to get my mental health figured out, basically, because I definitely had not been putting enough time and effort into my mental health. And overall, I'm glad I took the time, and I'm glad I am lucky and privileged enough to have a family to fall back to in order to help house me and feed me and keep me alive. because a lot of people don't have that. And if I didn't have that, I don't know if I'd be here. Honestly, I don't know. They are very important. And so, even after getting medications that have been super, super helpful, they have changed how I view my future. 12-hour days, 7 days a week. Fuck no. No. I'd be a mental, like... I'm sure the payment was nice, but I don't even think I can really describe how something like that, like how I would mentally react to that kind of situation. I'm sure. But I don't think I would be able to handle that. And that's kind of just like part of me realizing, because before I had that whole situation with the panic attacks and stuff, I was very hard on myself of like, I'm not doing good enough. I'm not keeping up as well as I should be. But after having that, basically I had a huge burnout. After taking that, like, that time to actually take care of myself, and realizing how, like, how debilitating, I guess, having, like, even just, like, ADHD, having, borderline personality disorder, having depression, anxiety, and again, I have not been formally tested for autism, but I do strongly believe I do have autism based off of a lot of different factors I don't want to go into at the moment. But it's not a out of the blue thing. It's something I took a lot of time thinking about. It wasn't something because even the fact that it's been sort of a trend online made me constantly guess, like, am I just, am I doing this because it's a trend, or is it my own personal feelings? And that was also a big, like, oh, maybe I'm not, maybe I'm just, I don't know, like a mass hysteria, or I don't know how to describe it, but no, I think a lot of this stuff makes even just small stuff very difficult. Yeah. I mean, that's a whole issue with, like, borderline personality disorder. You can take just a small little thing that happened, and it makes a mountain out of a molehill, and my emotions just explode uncontrollably. I finally have medication that helps my emotions stay in somewhat control, like much better control than I've ever had. And it probably is why my anxiety was so bad that I was thinking of terrible things in order to avoid going to work and stuff like that, was because of those just huge emotions I had. Because that's one symptom of borderline is like mood swings and stuff, and just big emotions, and they can happen very quickly, and just like out of nowhere, or just like the tiniest little thing will start this whole like domino effect in your head of, oh, there's a thing over there that reminds me of, yeah, It's like, there's a little thing that reminds me of, oh, this situation happened. Oh, and this situation reminds me of this situation. They're related to this situation. Oh, and this is all situations that prove that, oh, I'm a bad person, or something like that. I've never been able to do that. Medication has made it a huge difference. Yes, you can. But the thing is, I'm thinking myself, not only do I have this mental issue, it's also, do I not have this mental issue? It's like, okay, here's the things on the table. It's like, not in it. And I actually have borderline as a thing I have been, what's the word I'm looking for? My psychiatrist says I do. It was something that my therapist pointed out, and my psychiatrist agrees that I have borderline personality disorder. And that is why I got medication for it. No, not bipolar, borderline. Borderline personality disorder. It is different from bipolar. And that the medication on has made a huge difference in my life. I do not have, so I still kind of will have moments of just explosive emotions, but they're not nearly as often. Like, it would be just so often that I would have these terrible lows and these way too crazy highs that were unrealistic highs. And that's a problem too. It's like you have these unrealistic highs, and then you find out those unrealistic highs, well, they're unrealistic. And now you're in your super, yes, unrealistic lows, but it's because you realize the highs were so unrealistic. Yeah. No, borderline, bipolar is a bit different. Because borderline is actually kind of like in between having like psychosis. So basically, like, and also I had some experience with, actually, again, my brain is fried right now. Slight hallucinations actually had gotten quite a lot worse. I don't really have them anymore, but I used to see, like, blurs, usually, like, right in, like, my peripheral vision. The problem was, they became so, like, my brain recognized them as thinking that was an actual thing, that I've actually went to try to find where that blur went. Because I'd be like, what the hell was that? And try to find what it was that I thought I saw. That's fun. Yes. That's basically what borderline is. It's in between being schizophrenic and being, quote, normal, of, like, your understanding of reality. And that's what's with those highs where it's an unrealistic high. It's a high that you are imagining in your mind. You have rose-tinted glasses of this high. And then, so when you hit those lows, they are also unrealistic lows. You are making assumptions about people's thoughts and feelings with no real evidence to support it. You're just accepting it. You're accepting these ideas in your head as if they are straight up facts without actual definitive evidence or proof of these ideas. And that's where it comes to the point of like, it's unrealistic. This is not reality. And that's with having schizophrenia, is not being able to differentiate between what is real or not. Yeah. But I have been diagnosed. That's the word I was looking for. Jesus. I have been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Yeah, I am. I told you, mentally, I'm just like blown. My brain is just like too many thoughts going in my head, worrying about all this stuff with the banking things, and I'm like, oh gosh, now I'm gonna have to keep track of all this stuff going on with the loan and stuff. Yeah, it's just my brain already has too much in my head that I have a difficult time already juggling, you know? So now it's like, oh, also, here's this other thing you also have to juggle. And it's like, I'm not even working full time at my job yet because I'm too terrified I'm gonna go straight back into being burnt out again. I'm trying to take simple, slow steps back into somewhat normalcy because I don't want to take one big leap and suddenly, oh, I'm back into having complete burnout where I am mentally really unwell. It is empowering, and I feel very empowered that I've been able to work with great psychiatrists and some great therapists and been able to get medications that help me have somewhat sense of normalcy, I guess. There's not so many, crazy highs and lows. It's much more controlled. And I've learned to kind of be kinder to myself because I know that these are disabilities. It is great, regulator emotion. It is. But I also really hate being freaking sweaty. I hate it, and I have to be sweaty at work, which also makes it's very stressful. I wish I could just straight up just exercise. I think it would be great. But also, I feel incredibly uncomfortable with, exercise in general. I used to do it all the time when I was younger and stuff, but I don't know. Not, really super, exercise, but yeah. Yeah, I know. You don't have to do too much of it. It's also trying to juggle that time between. Well, I can tell you, my heart rate already goes really high already. I still have issues with anxiety and even going to work. Even though I'm pretty comfortable at my job, my heart rate still goes really high. Plus, due to the medication I'm on for my ADHD, it's a stimulant. So that also makes my heart go faster. So my heart rate already is goes pretty fast. Even though I seem to have low. The only issue I've ever had with blood pressure issues is having actually low blood pressure, which is interesting. I don't know. You would think it'd be kind of high blood pressure for having your heart go fast. I don't know. Yeah, I know that. it's also just like, again, I have not been diagnosed with autism or anything like that, but there's a lot of things throughout my life. Yeah. There's a lot of things throughout my experience with people and growing up that make more sense with the idea that I have autism. Again, my older brother also has autism. Also, it is very common for people with ADHD to also have autism / people with autism to also have ADHD. So, I'm not saying absolutely I have autism. I'm saying I feel like it is very likely. And even without that, knowing how debilitating my issues can be and how it can be debilitating for other people, even if it's not a mental issue. If they have physical issues, yeah, and that's great. I wish I could be exactly like that, and I want to succeed, but it's going to be succeeding in my own way. That might not look like what other people may see as success. That's what I want. I want what is successful for me, not what everyone else sees as success. Because don't want to lecture. Yeah. It's just I realized that I'm trying not to cry right now. That is it though? That's true. Yes. But to make your entire life about making money, then that sounds like a shitty life. I want to be able to live a life where I'm able to be around the people I want to be around, be able to be creative, and not feel like I am forced into having to constantly work in a system that doesn't really work great if you do have disabilities. It doesn't work great. Where do you get meaning? I get meaning by, like, experiences in life more than money or anything. Like, a lot of these experiences do involve that I had to spend money in order to get to these experiences, but not always. And I value my relationships with people far more than a job. I care about. Is it though? I would rather show my sign of accomplishment in other people. I'd rather people be able to remember me for being kind, for being helpful, for being an artist. I would so much rather that than leave behind like a bunch of money when I'm dead. I'd rather leave behind people remembering who I was. Not exactly for how much money, how much effort I put in. Because I feel like money is always very temporary. It's something you can get, but it's also something you can lose very quickly. Yeah, life is about problems. Everyone has problems. And that's true. But it's also something sometimes you can't always get rid of your problems. Like if somebody, because there's so many times where I'm thinking about my mental health and stuff, is like, if I was talking about a physical health problem, would people be still asking, like saying the same thing to me as they would say to somebody else? And a lot of times my brain is telling me no. Even though the brain is an organ and it can have malfunctions just like any other part of your body. Yes, I get that. But if I'm worrying so much about the work the next day that I'm having terrible, terrible thoughts about hurting myself, I feel like I might be more. Life might be a bit more fulfilling if I lived in a box. I'm responsible for my own emotions, except when I can't control them. Yeah. Except people can have tumors and things like that can be pressuring on your head. Your brain is an organ. Okay? Your brain is an organ. And just like any other organ, there can be issues with it. I'm saying even the smallest little issue can be huge, especially with something as important as your brain. You can replace your liver, you can replace your heart, you can replace a bunch of these different organs. You can replace bone, but you can't replace your brain. It's the only one you get. And if something's wrong with it, that's not so easily solvable compared to any other part of your body. So, and we still don't know a whole lot about how our brains work compared to a lot of other parts of our body. So, the point of this whole conversation, which has taken way too long, is that I have learned after all this issue that I have that I need to be kinder with myself, be more patient with myself, and take things in smaller steps. Because even though I am feeling a lot mentally better, I still worry about falling back. So I would rather, because I am lucky and I am privileged to be in a situation in which I don't have to hurry. Again, you keep saying, like, disciplined. I don't think that necessarily works all the time. Because, like, it's, like, this is a symptom where I'm like, I think this might be a symptom of autism. I'm a very picky eater. I have a hard time eating foods that I'm uncomfortable with. To the point that I will choose to just not eat over eating something I don't like. And that's not just like a one-time thing. I will choose that even if I am very hungry, I would choose not to eat. Because this food, for whatever reason, even though other people can enjoy it just fine, and I wish I could enjoy it just fine, but I literally feel like my body is going to vomit. It's not fun. It's not something I enjoy, and I wish it was something I could just train myself out of, but it's not. Like, that is a whole part of life I don't get to really be involved in, with, like, experimenting with foods and stuff, because my body, for some reason, just says no. It says, you are not gonna eat that. I will choose to starve. I would choose to become sick. I'm becoming more in charge of myself, but I'm realizing there are limits to what I can do. And I'm trying to accept what those limits are and figure out what can I do for myself in order to better my life. With those limits, what can I do to make life better for myself? Yeah, and I had been lying to myself for a long time, trying to tell myself that I was lazy, that I wasn't doing enough. But I'm realizing now it wasn't so much I'm lazy, I'm not doing enough, it's I have limits to what I can and can't do. And instead of focusing on the idea of like, why can't I do this? I should be able to do this. I should be able to do this. Everyone else can do this. Why can't I do this? Instead of focusing on that, I'm saying, okay, maybe I can't do this. Well, if I can't do this, is there something else I can do that's different? Yeah. I get stuff like that. There are people who don't take the time to I'm trying to think of the right words. There are people who do tend to ignore what their body is telling them. Yes. But I am not in having that situation. Me ignoring my body was what I was doing before. Me actually getting medication and being kinder to myself is me responding to how my body is acting. I'm not doing this because it's not because I want to, really. Like, for Dave, he would rather continue being able to drink his soda. And I would love to just I'd love to be able to just work a bunch of hours, be able to save a bunch of money, do all kinds of things and art and do everything. But I realized trying to push this idyllic self isn't helping me. It's never helped. So I'm choosing to slow down for my own sake. Not because I want to, but because I have to. Because there was a time I was working like around 40 hours a week at a job that caused me extreme anxiety, that when I would come home from work, I would be so tired and exhausted. And not just because of work itself, but it was because I was on very strong medications to try to keep myself calm, which was basically just like antidepressants that made me so tired all the time that I didn't do anything else besides work and sleep. And I'll tell you, that didn't feel like I was living. No, I didn't get stronger. I'll tell you that. I didn't get stronger. I didn't get stronger. I got weaker. Because more along into that life, it did ended up with me having panic attacks. I wouldn't say having panic attacks is a proven thing of getting stronger. I would say, no, that things got worse. Because, guess what? The saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, isn't exactly true. You can become very traumatized by what has happened to you. And it's not. And I remember one thing too was that always made me very depressed when I was working. I was working in retail, mind you. I was working up front on registers. So many women who were cashiers, they were reaching the point in which they could retire, you know? And I'm talking about three women, not two, not one, three. And two is a coincidence, three is a pattern. If you know that word, that saying. Each of them, when they got close to being able to retire, they were struggling to walk. And I, during that time as well, would have my legs and particularly my hips would be so sore. It was hard for me to stand and walk. Yeah. But seeing, again, three women who had been working at this job for much longer than I had, all getting to the point in which they could barely walk. I don't want to end up like that, honestly. I do not want to retire and then not be able to actually do the things I want to do. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking care of myself. I'm taking care of me mentally, which is a physical part of me. Your brain is a physical part of you, and I'm taking care of it. Yes. Again, brain is a physical thing. It is a physical organ. And people with ADHD and stuff have proven the brains work differently. It's been proven. It is a whole different way that your brain is set up. Okay, well, go take care of your cat. We've talked way too much about this. It's been over half an hour of talking about this. So, let's just end it here. Yeah, talk to you later. Bye-bye. Yep, see ya. Bye.